the other was superb. It satisfied in some measure the vague, indecipherable yearning of my soul, and it was the same with him. When he had rubbed me all warm, he let me go, and we looked at each other with eyes of still laughter, and our love was perfect for a moment, more perfect than any love I have known since, either for man or woman. We went together down to the fields, he to mow the island of grass he had left standing the previous evening, I to sharpen the machine knife, to mow out the hedge bottoms with the scythe, and to rake the swaths from the way of the machine when the unmown grass was reduced to a triangle. The cool, moist fragrance of the morning, the intentional stillness of everything, of the tall bluish trees, of the wet, frank flowers, of the trustful moths folded and unfolded in the fallen swaths, was a perfect medium of sympathy. The horses moved with a still dignity, obeying his commands. When they were harnessed, and the machine oiled, still he was loath to mar the perfect morning, but stood looking down the valley. "I shan't mow these fields any more," he said, and the fallen, silvered swaths flickered back his regret, and the faint scent of the limes was wistful. So much of the field was cut, so much remained to cut, then it was ended. This year the elder flowers were widespread over the corner bushes, and the pink roses fluttered high above the hedge. There were the same flowers in the grass as we had known many years, we should not know them any more. But merely to have mown them is worth having lived for, he said, looking at me. We felt the warmth of the sun trickling through the morning's mist of coolness. "You see that sycamore," he said, "that bushy one beyond the big willow. I remember when Father broke off the leading shoot because he wanted a fine straight stick, I can remember I felt sorry. It was running up so straight, with such a fine balance of leaves. You know how a young strong sycamore looks about 9 feet high, it seemed a cruelty. When you are gone, and we are left from here, I shall feel like that, as if my leading shoot were broken off. You see, the tree is spoiled. Yet how it went on growing. I believe I shall grow faster. I can remember the bright red stalks of the leaves as he broke them off from the bough." He smiled at me, half proud of his speech. Then he swung into the seat of the machine, having attended to the horses' heads. He lifted the knife. "Goodbye," he said, smiling whimsically back at me. The machine started. The bed of the knife fell, and the grass shivered and dropped over. I watched the heads of the daisies and the splendid lines of the cock's fool grass quiver, shake against the crimson bonnet, and drop over. The machine went singing down the field, leaving a track of smooth, velvet green in the way of the swarthboard. The flowers in the wall of uncut grass waited unmoved, as the days wait for us. The sun caught in the uplicking scarlet sorrel flames, the butterflies woke, and I could hear the fine ring of his woe, from the far corner. Then he turned, and I could see only the tossing ears of the horses, and the white of his shoulder as they moved along the wall of high grass on the hill slope. I sat down under the elm to file the sections of the knife. Always as he rode he watched the falling swath, only occasionally calling the horses into line. It was his voice which rang the morning awake. When we were at work we hardly noticed one another. Yet his mother had said, "George is so glad when you're in the field, he doesn't care how long the day is." Later, when the morning was hot, and the honeysuckle had ceased to breathe, and all the other scents were moving in the air about us, when all the field was down, when I had seen the last trembling ecstasy of the harebells, trembling to fall, when the thick clump of purple vetch had sunk, when the green swaths were settling, and the silver swaths were glistening and glittering as the sun came along them, in the hot ripe morning we worked together turning the hay, tipping over the yesterday's swaths with our forks, and bringing yesterday's fresh, hidden flowers into the death of sunlight. It was then that we talked of the past, and speculated on the future. As the day grew older and less wistful, we forgot everything, and worked on, singing, and sometimes I would recite him verses as we went, and sometimes I would tell him about books. Life was full of glamour for us both. Chapter 9 Pastorals and Ponies. At dinner time the father announced to us the exciting fact that Leslie had asked if a few of his guests might picnic that afternoon in the Strelly hayfields. The closes were so beautiful, with the brook under all its sheltering trees, running into the pond that was set with 2 green islets. Moreover, the squire's lady had written a book filling these meadows and the mill precincts with potpourri romance. The wedding guests at Highclose were anxious to picnic in so choice a spot. The father, who delighted in a gay throng, beamed at us from over the table. George asked who were coming. "Oh, not many, about half a dozen, mostly ladies down for the wedding." George at first swore warmly, then he began to appreciate the affair as a joke. Mrs. Saxton hoped they wouldn't want her to provide them pots, for she hadn't 2 cups that matched, nor had any of her spoons the least pretence to silver. The children were hugely excited, and wanted a holiday from school, which Emily at once vetoed firmly, thereby causing family dissension. As we went round the field in the afternoon turning the hay, we were thinking apart, and did not talk. Every now and then, and at every corner, we stopped to look down towards the wood, to see if they were coming. "Here they are!" George exclaimed suddenly, having spied the movement of white in the dark wood. We stood still and watched. 2 girls, heliotrope and white, a man with 2 girls, pale green and white, and a man with a girl last. "Can you tell who they are?" I asked. "That's Marie Tempest, that first girl in white, and that's him and Letty at the back. I don't know any more." He stood perfectly still until they had gone out of sight behind the banks down by the brooks, then he stuck his fork in the ground, saying, "You can easily finish, if you like. I'll go and mow out that bottom corner." He glanced at me to see what I was thinking of him. I was thinking that he was afraid to meet her, and I was smiling to myself. Perhaps he felt ashamed, for he went silently away to the machine, where he belted his riding breeches tightly round his waist, and slung the scythe strap on his hip. I heard the clanging slur of the scythe stone as he whetted the blade. Then he strode off to mow the far bottom corner, where the ground was marshy, and the machine might not go, to bring down the lush green grass and the tall meadow sweet. I went to the pond to meet the newcomers. I bowed to Louis Denise, a tall, graceful girl of the drooping type, elaborately gowned in heliotrope linen. I bowed to Agnes Darcy, an erect, intelligent girl with magnificent auburn hair. She wore no hat and carried a sunshade. I bowed to Hilda Secondi, a svelte, petite girl, exquisitely and delicately pretty. I bowed to Maria and to Letty, and I shook hands with Leslie and with his friend, Freddie Cresswell. The latter was to be best man, a broad-shouldered, pale-faced fellow, with beautiful soft hair like red wheat, and laughing eyes, and a whimsical, drawling manner of speech, like a man who has suffered enough to bring him to manhood and maturity, but who in spite of all remains a boy, irresponsible, lovable, a trifle pathetic. As the day was very hot, both men were in flannels, and wore flannel collars, yet it was evident that they had dressed with scrupulous care. Instinctively I tried to pull my trousers into shape within my belt, and I felt the inferiority cast upon the father, big and fine as he was in his way, for his shoulders were rounded with work, and his trousers were much distorted. "What can we do?" said Marie. "You know we don't want to hinder, we want to help you. It was so good of you to let us come." The father laughed his fine indulgence, saying to them, they loved him for the mellow, laughing modulation of his voice. "Come on, then, I see there's a bit of turning over to do, as Cyril's left. Come and pick your forks." From among a sheaf of hay forks he chose the lightest for them, and they began anywhere, just tipping at the swaths. He showed them carefully, Marie and the charming little Hilda, just how to do it, but they found the right way the hardest way, so they worked in their own fashion, and laughed heartily with him when he made playful jokes at them. He was a great lover of girls, and they blossomed from timidity under his hearty influence. "Ain't it flippin' 'ot?" drawled Cresswell, who had just taken his M.A. degree in classics. "This bloomin' stuff's dry enough, come and flop on it." He gathered a cushion of hay, which Louis Denise carefully appropriated, arranging first her beautiful dress, that fitted close to her shape, without any belt or interruption, and then laying her arms, that were netted to the shoulder in open lace, gracefully at rest. Letty, who was also in a close-fitting white dress which showed her shape down to the hips, sat where Leslie had prepared for her, and Miss Darcy reluctantly accepted my pile. Cresswell twisted his clean-cut mouth in a little smile, saying, "Lord, a giddy little pastoral, fit for old Theocritus, ain't it, Miss Denise? Why do you talk to me about those classic people? I daren't even say their names. What would he say about us?" He laughed, winking his blue eyes. "He'd make old Daphnis there," pointing to Leslie, "sing a match with me, Damo et as, contesting the merits of our various shepherdesses. Begin Daphnis, sing up for Amaryllis, I mean Nice, damn, they were forever getting mixed up with their nymphs. I say, Mr. Cresswell, your language. Consider whom you're damning," said Miss Denise, leaning over and tapping his head with her silk glove. You say any giddy thing in a pastoral, he replied, taking the edge of her skirt, and lying back on it, looking up at her as she leaned over him. Strike up, Daphnis, something about honey or white cheese, or else the early apples that'll be ripe in a week's time. I'm sure the apples you showed me are ever so little and green, interrupted Miss Denise. They will never be ripe in a week, sour. He smiled up at her in his whimsical way. Hear that, Tempest, sour. Not much. Oh, love us, haven't you got a start yet? Isn't there aught to sing about, you blunt-faced kid? I'll hear you first, I'm no judge of honey and cheese. And darn little apples, takes a woman to judge them, don't it, Miss Denise? I don't know, she said, stroking his soft hair from his forehead with her hand whereon rings were sparkling. My love is not white, my hair is not yellow, like honey dropping through the sunlight, my love is brown, and sweet, and ready for the lips of love. Go on, Tempest, strike up, old cowherd. Who's that tuning his pipe? Oh, that fellow sharpening his scythe. It's enough to make your back ache to look at him working. Go and stop him, somebody. Yes, let us go and fetch him, said Miss Darcy. I'm sure he doesn't know what a happy pastoral state he's in. Let us go and fetch him. They don't like hindering at their work, Agnes. Besides, where ignorance is bliss, said Letty, afraid lest she might bring him. The other hesitated, then with her eyes she invited me to go with her. Oh, dear, she laughed, with a little moe, Freddie is such an ass, and Louis Denise is like a wasp at treacle. I wanted to laugh, yet I felt just a tiny bit cross. Don't you feel great when you go mowing like that? Father timey sort of feeling. Shall we go and look? We'll say we want those foxgloves he'll be cutting down directly, and those bell flowers. I suppose you needn't go on with your labors. He did not know we were approaching till I called him, then he started slightly as he saw the tall, proud girl. Mr. Saxton, Miss Darcy, I said, and he shook hands with her. Immediately his manner became ironic, for he had seen his hand big and coarse and inflamed with the snaith clasping the lady's hand. We thought you looked so fine, she said to him, and men are so embarrassing when they make love to somebody else, aren't they? Save us those foxgloves, will you? They are splendid, like savage soldiers drawn up against the hedge. Don't cut them down, and those campanulas, bellflowers, yes. They are spinning idylls up there. I don't care for idylls, do you? Oh, you don't know what a classical pastoral person you are, but there, I don't suppose you suffer from idyllic love, she laughed. One doesn't see the silly little god fluttering about in our hayfields, does one? Do you find much time to sport with Amaryllis in the shade? I'm sure it's a shame they banished Phyllis from the fields. He laughed and went on with his work. She smiled a little, too, thinking she had made a great impression. She put out her hand with a dramatic gesture, and looked at me, when the scythe crunched through the meadow sweet. Crunch, isn't it fine? She exclaimed, a kind of inevitable fate, I think it's fine. We wandered about picking flowers and talking until tea time. A manservant came with the tea basket, and the girls spread the cloth under a great willow tree. Letty took the little silver kettle, and went to fill it at the small spring which trickled into a stone trough all pretty with cranesbill and stellaria hanging over, while long blades of grass waved in the water. George, who had finished his work, and wanted to go home to tea, walked across to the spring where Letty sat playing with the water, getting little cupfuls to put into the kettle, watching the quick skating of the water beetles, and the large faint spots of their shadows darting on the silted mud at the bottom of the trough. She glanced round on hearing him coming, and smiled nervously. They were mutually afraid of meeting each other again. "It is about tea time," he said. "Yes, it will be ready in a moment. This is not to make the tea with, it's only to keep a little supply of hot water." "Oh," he said, "I'll go on home, I'd rather." "No," she replied, "you can't because we are all having tea together. I had some fruits put up, because I know you don't trifle with tea, and your father's coming." "But," he replied pettishly, "I can't have my tea with all those folks. I don't want to. Look at me." He held out his inflamed, barbaric hands. She winced and said, "It won't matter, you'll give the realistic touch." He laughed ironically. "No, you must come," she insisted. "I'll have a drink then, if you'll let me," he said, yielding. She got up quickly, blushing, offering him the tiny, pretty cup. "I'm awfully sorry," she said. "Never mind," he muttered, and turning from the proffered cup he lay down flat, put his mouth to the water, and drank deeply. She stood and watched the motion of his drinking, and of his heavy breathing afterwards. He got up, wiping his mouth, not looking at her. Then he washed his hands in the water, and stirred up the mud. He put his hand to the bottom of the trough, bringing out a handful of silt, with the grey shrimps twisting in it. He flung the mud on the floor where the poor grey creatures writhed. "It wants cleaning out," he said. "Yes," she replied, shuddering. "You won't be long," she added, taking up the silver kettle. In a few moments he got up and followed her reluctantly down. He was nervous and irritable. The girls were seated on tufts of hay, with the men leaning in attendance on them, and the manservant waiting on all. George was placed between Letty and Hilda. The former handed him his little eggshell of tea, which, as he was not very thirsty, he put down on the ground beside him. Then she passed him the bread and butter, cut for 5 o'clock tea, and fruits, grapes and peaches, and strawberries, in a beautifully carved oak tray. She watched for a moment his thick, half-washed fingers fumbling over the fruits, then she turned her head away. All the gay tea time, when the talk bubbled and frothed over all the cups, she avoided him with her eyes. Yet again and again, as someone said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Saxton, will you have some cake?" Or "See, Mr. Saxton, try this peach, I'm sure it will be mellow right to the stone," speaking very naturally, but making the distinction between him and the other men by their indulgence towards him, Letty was forced to glance at him as he sat eating, answering in monosyllables, laughing with constraint and awkwardness, and her irritation flickered between her brows. Although she kept up the gay frivolity of the conversation, still the discord was felt by everybody, and we did not linger as we should have done over the cups. George, they said afterwards, was a wet blanket on the party. Letty was intensely annoyed with him. His presence was unbearable to her. She wished him 1,000 miles away. He sat listening to Cresswell's whimsical affectation of vulgarity which flickered with fantasy, and he laughed in a strained fashion. He was the first to rise, saying he must get the cows up for milking. "Oh, let us go, let us go. May we come and see the cows milked?" said Hilda, her delicate, exquisite features flushing, for she was very shy. "No," drawled Freddie, "the stink o' live beef ain't salubrious. You be warned, and stop here. I never could bear cows, except those lovely little Highland cattle, all woolly, in pictures," said Louis Denise, smiling archly, with a little irony. "No," laughed Agnes Darcy, they are smelly," and she pursed up her mouth, and ended in a little trill of deprecatory laughter, as she often did. Hilda looked from one to the other, blushing. "Come, Letty," said Leslie good-naturedly, "I know you have a farmyard fondness, come on," and they followed George down. As they passed along the pond bank, a swan and her tawny, fluffy brood sailed with them the length of the water, tipping on their little toes. The darlings, pitter-patter through the water, tiny little things, as Marie said. We heard George below calling "Bully, bully, bully, bully." And then, a moment or two after, in the bottom garden, "Come out, you little fool, are you coming out of it?" in manifestly angry tones. "Has it run away?" laughed Hilda, delighted, and we hastened out of the lower garden to see. There in the green shade, between the tall gooseberry bushes, the heavy crimson ponies stood gorgeously along the path. The full red globes, poised and leaning voluptuously, sank their crimson weight onto the seeding grass of the path, borne down by secret rain, and by their own splendor. The path was poured over with red rich silk of strewn petals. The great flowers swung their crimson grandly about the walk, like crowds of cardinals in pomp among the green bushes. We burst into the new world of delight. As Letty stooped, taking between both hands the gorgeous silken fullness of one blossom that was sunk to the earth, George came down the path, with the brown bull calf straddling behind him, its neck stuck out, sucking zealously at his middle finger. The unconscious attitudes of the girls, all bent enraptured over the ponies, touched him with sudden pain. As he came up, with the calf stalking grudgingly behind, he said, "There's a fine show of Peacocks this year, isn't there?" "What do you call them?" cried Hilda, turning to him, her sweet, charming face full of interest. "Peacocks," he replied. Letty remained crouching with a red flower between her hands, glancing sideways unseen to look at the calf, which with its shiny nose uplifted was mumbling in its sticky gums the seductive finger. It sucked eagerly, but unprofitably, and it appeared to cast a troubled eye inwards to see if it were really receiving any satisfaction, doubting, but not despairing. Marie, and Hilda, and Leslie laughed, while he, after looking at Letty as she crouched, wistfully, as he thought, over the flower, led the little brute out of the garden, and sent it running into the yard with a smack on the haunch. Then he returned, rubbing his sticky finger dry against his breeches. He stood near to Letty, and she felt rather than saw the extraordinary pale cleanness of the one finger among the others. She rubbed her finger against her dress in painful sympathy. "But aren't the flowers lovely?" exclaimed Marie again. "I want to hug them." "Oh, yes," assented Hilda. "They are like a romance, dear Nunzio, a romance in passionate sadness," said Letty, in an ironical voice, speaking half out of conventional necessity of saying something, half out of desire to shield herself, and yet in a measure express herself. "There is a tale about them," I said. The girls clamored for the legend. "Pray, do tell us," pleaded Hilda, the irresistible. "It was Emily told me. She says it's a legend, but I believe it's only a tale. She says the ponies were brought from the Hall long since by a fellow of this place, when it was a mill. He was brown and strong, and the daughter of the Hall, who was pale and fragile and young, loved him. When he went up to the Hall gardens to cut the yew hedges, she would hover round him in her white frock, and tell him tales of old days, in little snatches like a wren singing, till he thought she was a fairy who had bewitched him. He would stand and watch her, and one day, when she came near to him telling him a tale that set the tears swimming in her eyes, he took hold of her and kissed her and kept her. They used to tryst in the poplar spinney. She would come with her arms full of flowers, for she always kept to her fairy part. One morning she came early through the mists. He was out shooting. She wanted to take him unawares, like a fairy. Her arms were full of ponies. When she was moving beyond the trees he shot her, not knowing. She stumbled on, and sank down in their tryst place. He found her lying there among the red peacocks, white and fallen. He thought she was just lying talking to the red flowers, so he stood waiting. Then he went up, and bent over her, and found the flowers full of blood. It was he set the garden here with these peacocks. The eyes of the girls were round with the pity of the tale, and Hilda turned away to hide her tears. "It is a beautiful ending," said Letty, in a low tone, looking at the floor. "It's all a tale," said Leslie, soothing the girls. George waited till Letty looked at him. She lifted her eyes to him at last. Then each turned aside, trembling. Marie asked for some of the ponies. "Give me just a few, and I can tell the others the story. It is so sad, I feel so sorry for him, it was so cruel for him. And Letty says it ends beautifully." George cut the flowers with his great clasp knife, and Marie took them, carefully, treating their romance with great tenderness. Then all went out of the garden and he turned to the cowshed. "Goodbye for the present," said Letty, afraid to stay near him. Goodbye, he laughed. Thank you so much for the flowers, and the story, it was splendid, said Marie, but so sad. Then they went, and we did not see them again. Later, when all had gone to bed at the mill, George and I sat together on opposite sides of the fire, smoking, saying little. He was casting up the total of discrepancies, and now and again he ejaculated one of his thoughts. And all day he said, Blench has been ploughing his wheat in, because it was that bitten off by the rabbits it was no manner of use, so he's ploughed it in, and they say with idyls, eating peaches in our close. Then there was silence, while the clock throbbed heavily, and outside a wild bird called, and was still. Softly the ashes rustled lower in the grate. She said it ended well, but what's the good of death, what's the good of that? He turned his face to the ashes in the grate, and sat brooding. Outside, among the trees, some wild animal set up a thin, wailing cry. Damn that row, said I, stirring, looking also into the grey fire. It's some stoat or weasel, or something. It's been going on like that for nearly a week. I've shot in the trees ever so many times. There were two, one's gone. Continuously, through the heavy, chilling silence, came the miserable crying from the darkness among the trees. You know, he said, she hated me this afternoon, and I hated her. It was midnight, full of sick thoughts. It is no good, said I, go to bed, it will be morning in a few hours. Part 3, Chapter I. A new start in life. Letty was wedded, as I had said, before Leslie lost all the wistful traces of his illness. They had been gone away to France 5 days before we recovered anything like the normal tone in the house. Then, though the routine was the same, everywhere was a sense of loss, and of change. The long voyage in the quiet home was over, we had crossed the bright sea of our youth, and already Letty had landed and was traveling to a strange destination in a foreign land. It was time for us all to go, to leave the valley of Nethermere, whose waters and whose woods were distilled in the essence of our veins. We were the children of the valley of Nethermere, a small nation with language and blood of our own, and to cast ourselves each one into separate exile was painful to us. I shall have to go now, said George. It is my nature to linger an unconscionable time, yet I dread above all things this slow crumbling away from my foundations by which I free myself at last. I must wrench myself away now. It was the slack time between the hay and the corn harvest, and we sat together in the grey, still morning of August pulling the stack. My hands were sore with tugging the loose wisps from the lower part of the stack, so I waited for the touch of rain to send us indoors. It came at last, and we hurried into the barn. We climbed the ladder into the loft that was strewn with farming implements and with carpenter's tools. We sat together on the shavings that littered the bench before the high gable window, and looked out over the brooks and the woods and the ponds. The treetops were very near to us, and we felt ourselves the center of the waters and the woods that spread down the rainy valley. In a few years, I said, we shall be almost strangers. He looked at me with fond, dark eyes and smiled incredulously. It is as far, said I, to the Ram as it is for me to London, father. "Don't you want me to go there?" he asked, smiling quietly. "It's all as one where you go. You will travel north, and I east, and Letty south. Letty has departed. In 7 weeks I go. And you?" "I must be gone before you," he said decisively. "Do you know," and he smiled timidly in confession, "I feel alarmed at the idea of being left alone on a loose end. I must not be the last to leave," he added almost appealingly. "And you will go to Meg?" I asked. He sat tearing the silken shavings into shreds, and telling me in clumsy fragments all he could of his feelings. "You see, it's not so much what you call love. I don't know. You see, I built on Letty." He looked up at me shamefacedly, then continued tearing the shavings. "You must found your castles on something, and I founded mine on Letty. You see, I'm like plenty of folks, I have nothing definite to shape my life to. I put brick upon brick, as they come, and if the whole topples down in the end, it does. But you see, you and Letty have made me conscious, and now I'm at a dead loss. I have looked to marriage to set me busy on my house of life, something whole and complete, of which it will supply the design. I must marry or be in a lost lane. There are 2 people I could marry, and Letty's gone. I love Meg just as well, as far as love goes. I'm not sure I don't feel better pleased at the idea of marrying her. You know, I should always have been second to Letty, and the best part of love is being made much of, being first and foremost in the whole world for somebody. And Meg's easy and lovely. I can have her without trembling, she's full of soothing and comfort. I can stroke her hair and pet her, and she looks up at me, full of trust and lovingness, and there is no flaw, all restfulness in one another. 3 weeks later, as I lay in the August sunshine in a deck chair on the lawn, I heard the sound of wheels along the gravel path. It was George calling for me to accompany him to his marriage. He pulled up the dog cart near the door and came up the steps to me on the lawn. He was dressed as if for the cattle market, in jacket and breeches and gaiters. "Well, are you ready?" he said, standing smiling down on me. His eyes were dark with excitement, and had that vulnerable look which was so peculiar to the Saxtons in their emotional moments. "You are in good time," said I, "it is but 9:30. "It wouldn't do to be late on a day like this," he said gaily, "see how the sun shines. Come, you don't look as brisk as a best man should. I thought you would have been on tenterhooks of excitement. Get up, get up. Look here, a bird has given me luck." He showed me a white smear on his shoulder. I drew myself up lazily. "All right," I said, "but we must drink a whiskey to establish it." He followed me out of the fragrant sunshine into the dark house. The rooms were very still and empty, but the cool silence responded at once to the gaiety of our soon-warm entrance. The sweetness of the summer morning hung invisible like glad ghosts of romance through the shadowy room. We seemed to feel the sunlight dancing golden in our veins as we filled again the pale liqueur. "Joy to you, I envy you today." His teeth were white, and his eyes stirred like dark liquor as he smiled. "Here is my wedding present." I stood the 4 large watercolors along the wall before him. They were drawings among the waters and the fields of the mill, grey rain and twilight, morning with the sun pouring gold into the mist, and the suspense of a midsummer noon upon the pond. All the glamour of our yesterdays came over him like an intoxicant, and he quivered with the wonderful beauty of life that was weaving him into the large magic of the years. He realized the splendor of the pageant of days which had him in train. "It's been wonderful, Cyril, all the time," he said, with surprised joy. We drove away through the freshness of the wood, and among the flowing of the sunshine along the road. The cottages of Greymouth filled the shadows with color of roses, and the sunlight with odor of pinks and the blue of cornflowers and larkspur. We drove briskly up the long, sleeping hill, and bowled down the hollow past the farms where the hens were walking with the red gold cocks in the orchard, and the ducks like white cloudlets under the aspen trees reveled on the pond. "I told her to be ready any time," said George, "but she doesn't know it's today. I didn't want the public house full of the business." The mare walked up the sharp little rise on top of which stood the Ram Inn. In the quiet, as the horse slowed to a standstill, we heard the crooning of a song in the garden. We sat still in the cart, and looked across the flagged yard to where the tall Madonna lilies rose in clusters out of the alyssum. Beyond the border of flowers was Meg, bending over the gooseberry bushes. She saw us and came swinging down the path, with a bowl of gooseberries poised on her hip. She was dressed in a plain, fresh holland frock, with a white apron. Her black, heavy hair reflected the sunlight, and her ripe face was luxuriant with laughter. "Well, I never," she exclaimed, trying not to show that she guessed his errand. "Fancy you here at this time o' morning." Her eyes, delightful black eyes like polished jet, untroubled and frank, looked at us as a robin might, with bright questioning. Her eyes were so different from the Saxton's, darker, but never still and full, never hesitating, dreading a wound, never dilating with hurt or with timid ecstasy. "Are you ready then?" he asked, smiling down on her. "What?" she asked in confusion. "To come to the registrar with me. I've got the license." "But I'm just going to make the pudding," she cried, in full expostulation. "Let them make it themselves. Put your hat on." "But look at me. I've just been getting the gooseberries. Look," she showed us the berries, and the scratches on her arms and hands. "What a shame," he said, bending down to stroke her hand and her arm. She drew back smiling, flushing with joy. I could smell the white lilies where I sat. "But you don't mean it, do you?" she said, lifting to him her face that was round and glossy like a black heart cherry. For answer, he unfolded the marriage license. She read it, and turned aside her face in confusion, saying, "Well, I've got to get ready. Shall you come and tell Grandma?" "Is there any need?" he answered reluctantly. "Yes, you come and tell her," persuaded Meg. He got down from the trap. I preferred to stay out of doors. Presently Meg ran out with a glass of beer for me. "We shan't be many minutes," she apologized. "I've only to slip another frock on." I heard George go heavily up the stairs and enter the room over the bar parlor, where the grandmother lay bedridden. "What is it, T, ma lad? What art ye doing there this morning?" she asked. "Well, Aunt, how does ta feel by now?" he said. Sadly, lad, sadly. It'll not be long afore they carry me downstairs head first. Nay, dunna thee say so, I'm just off to Nottingham, I want Meg to come." "What for?" cried the old woman sharply. "I wanted her to get married," he replied. "What? What does T say? And what about th license, and th ring, and everything?" "I've seen to that all right," he answered. "Well, thart a nice stun, I must say. What's want going in this pig in a poke fashion for? This is a nice shabby trick to serve a body. What does ta mean by it? You knowed as I were going to marry her directly, so I can't see as it matters o th day. I non wanted a th pub talking, thart mighty particular, and all. And why shouldn't the pub talk? Thart non marryin' a nigger, as ta should be so frightened, I niver thought it on thee, and what's thy ory, all of a sudden?" "No hurry as I know of." "No ory," replied the old lady, with withering sarcasm. "Tha were niver in a ory o' thy life. She's non come in with thee this day, though." He laughed, also sarcastic. The old lady was angry. She poured on him her abuse, declaring she would not have Meg in the house again, nor leave her a penny, if she married him that day. "Tha can please Tisson," answered George, also angry. Meg came hurriedly into the room. "Ta-e that it off, ta-e it off. Tha non goose wi' him this day, not if I know it. Does thee think thart a cow, or a pig, to be fetched whenever he thinks fit? Ta-e that it off, I say." The old woman was fierce and peremptory. "But Grandma," began Meg. The bed creaked as the old lady tried to rise. "Ta-e that it off, afore I pull it off," she cried. "Oh, be still, Grandma, you'll be hurting yourself, you know you will." "Are you coming, Meg?" said George suddenly. "She is not," cried the old woman. "Are you coming, Meg?" repeated George, in a passion. Meg began to cry. I suppose she looked at him through her tears. The next thing I heard was a cry from the old woman, and the sound of staggering feet. "Would ta drag her from me, if tha goose, ma wench, tha enters this house no more, tha hears that. Tha does Tisson, my lady. Dunna venture anigh me after this, my gel." The old woman called louder and louder. George appeared in the doorway, holding Meg by the arm. She was crying in a little distress. Her hat with its large silk roses was slanting over her eyes. She was dressed in white linen. They mounted the trap. I gave him the reins and scrambled up behind. The old woman heard us through the open window, and we listened to her calling as we drove away. Dunna let me clap eyes on thee again, tha ungrateful lassie, tha ungrateful lassie. Tha'll rue it, my wench, tha'll rue it, and then dunna come turn me. We drove out of hearing. George sat with a shut mouth, scowling. Meg wept a while to herself woefully. We were swinging at a good pace under the beeches of the churchyard which stood above the level of the road. Meg, having settled her hat, bent her head to the wind, too much occupied with her attire to weep. We swung round the hollow by the bog end, and rattled a short distance up the steep hill to Watnell. Then the mare walked slowly. Meg, at leisure to collect herself, exclaimed plaintively, "Oh, I've only got one glove." She looked at the odd silk glove that lay in her lap, then peered about among her skirts. "I must 'a' left it in th bedroom," she said piteously. He laughed, and his anger suddenly vanished. "What does it matter? You'll do without all right." At the sound of his voice, she recollected, and her tears and her weeping returned. "Nay," he said, "don't fret about the old woman. She'll come round tomorrow, and if she doesn't, it's her lookout. She's got Polly to attend to her." "But she'll be that miserable," wept Meg. "It's her own fault. At any rate, don't let it make you miserable." He glanced to see if anyone were in sight, then he put his arm round her waist and kissed her, saying softly, coaxingly, "She'll be all right tomorrow. We'll go and see her then, and she'll be glad enough to have us. We'll give in to her then, poor old grandma. She can boss you about, and me as well, tomorrow as much as she likes. She feels it hard, being tied to her bed. But today is ours, surely, isn't it? Today is ours, and you're not sorry, are you? But I've got no gloves, and I'm sure my hair's a sight. I never thought she could 'a' reached up like that." George laughed, tickled. "No," he said, "she was in a temper. But we can get you some gloves directly we get to Nottingham." "I haven't a farthing of money," she said. "I've plenty," he laughed. "Oh, and let's try this on." They were merry together as he tried on her wedding ring, and they talked softly, he gentle and coaxing, she rather plaintive. The mare took her own way, and Meg's hat was disarranged once more by the sweeping elm boughs. The yellow corn was dipping and flowing in the fields, like a cloth of gold pegged down at the corners under which the wind was heaving. Sometimes we passed cottages where the scarlet lilies rose like bonfires, and the tall larkspur like bright blue leaping smoke. Sometimes we smelled the sunshine on the browning corn, sometimes the fragrance of the shadow of leaves. Occasionally it was the dizzy scent of new haystacks. Then we rocked and jolted over the rough cobblestones of Cinder Hill, and bounded forward again at the foot of the enormous pit hill, smelling of sulphur, inflamed with slow red fires in the daylight, and crusted with ashes. We reached the top of the rise and saw the city before us, heaped high and dim upon the broad range of the hill. I looked for the square tower of my old school, and the sharp proud spire of St. Andrew's. Over the city hung a dullness, a thin dirty canopy against the blue sky. We turned and swung down the slope between the last sullied cornfields towards Barsford, where the swollen gasometers stood like toadstools. As we neared the mouth of the street, Meg rose excitedly, pulling George's arm, crying, "Oh, look, the poor little thing." On the causeway stood two small boys lifting their faces and weeping to the heedless heavens, while before them, upside down, lay a baby strapped to a shut-up baby chair. The gimcrack carpet-seated thing had collapsed as the boys were dismounting the curbstone with it. It had fallen backwards, and they were unable to right it. There lay the infant strapped head downwards to its silly cot, in imminent danger of suffocation. Meg leaped out, and dragged the child from the wretched chair. The two boys, drenched with tears, howled on. Meg crouched on the road, the baby on her knee, its tiny feet dangling against her skirt. She soothed the pitiful tear-wet mite. She hugged it to her, and kissed it, and hugged it, and rocked it in an abandonment of pity. When at last the childish trio were silent, the boys shaken only by the last ebbing sobs, Meg calmed also from her frenzy of pity for the little thing. She murmured to it tenderly, and wiped its wet little cheeks with her handkerchief, soothing, kissing, fondling the bewildered mite, smoothing the wet strands of brown hair under the scrap of cotton bonnet, twitching the inevitable baby cape into order. It was a pretty baby, with wisps of brown gold silken hair and large blue eyes. "Is it a girl?" I asked one of the boys. "How old is she?" "I don't know," he answered awkwardly. "We've had her about a 3 week. "Why, isn't she your sister?" "No, my mother keeps her. They were very reluctant to tell us anything." "Poor little lamb," cried Meg, in another access of pity, clasping the baby to her bosom with one hand, holding its winsome slippered feet in the other. She remained thus, stung through with acute pity, crouching, folding herself over the mite. At last she raised her head, and said, in a voice difficult with emotion, "But you love her, don't you?" "Yes, she's all right." "But we are to mind her," replied the boy in great confusion. "Surely," said Meg, "surely you don't begrudge that." "Poor little thing, so little, she is, surely you don't grumble at minding her a bit." The boys would not answer. "Oh, poor little lamb, murmured Meg over the child, condemning with bitterness the boys and the whole world of men. "I taught one of the lads how to fold and unfold the wretched chair." Meg very reluctantly seated the unfortunate baby therein, gently fastening her with the strap. "Where's her dummy?" asked one of the boys in muffled, self-conscious tones. The infant began to cry thinly. Meg crouched over it. The dummy was found in the gutter and wiped on the boy's coat, then plugged into the baby's mouth. Meg released the tiny clasping hand from over her finger, and mounted the dog cart, saying sternly to the boys, "Mind you look after her well, poor little baby with no mother. God's watching to see what you do to her, so you be careful, mind." They stood very shamefaced. George clicked to the mare, and as we started threw coppers to the boys. While we drove away, I watched the little group diminish down the road. "It's such a shame," she said, and the tears were in her voice. "A sweet little thing like that," said George softly. "There's all sorts of things in towns." Meg paid no attention to him, but sat woman-like thinking of the forlorn baby, and condemning the hard world. He, full of tenderness and protectiveness towards her, having watched her with softening eyes, felt a little bit rebuffed that she ignored him, and sat alone in her fierce womanhood. So he busied himself with the reins, and the two sat each alone until Meg was roused by the bustle of the town. The mare sidled past the electric cars nervously, and jumped when a traction engine came upon us. Meg, rather frightened, clung to George again. She was very glad when we had passed the cemetery with its white population of tombstones, and drew up in a quiet street. But when we had dismounted, and given the horse's head to a loafer, she became confused and bashful and timid to the last degree. He took her on his arm, he took the whole charge of her, and laughing, bore her away towards the steps of the office. She left herself entirely in his hands. She was all confusion, so he took the charge of her. When, after a short time, they came out, she began to chatter with blushful animation. He was very quiet, and seemed to be taking his breath. Wasn't he a funny little man? Did I do it all proper? I didn't know what I was doing. I'm sure they were laughing at me. Do you think they were? Oh, just look at my frock, what a sight! What would they think? The baby had slightly soiled the front of her dress. George drove up the long hill into the town. As we came down between the shops on Mansfield Road, he recovered his spirits. "Where are we going? Where are you taking us?" asked Meg. "We may as well make a day of it while we are here," he answered, smiling and flicking the mare. They both felt that they were launched forth on an adventure. He put up at the Spread Eagle and we walked towards the marketplace for Meg's gloves. When he had bought her these and a large lace scarf to give her a more clothed appearance, he wanted dinner. "We'll go," he said, "to an hotel." His eyes dilated as he said it, and she shrank away with delighted fear. Neither of them had ever been to an hotel. She was really afraid. She begged him to go to an eating house, to a cafe. He was obdurate. His one idea was to do the thing that he was half afraid to do. His passion, and it was almost intoxication, was to dare to play with life. He was afraid of the town. He was afraid to venture into the foreign places of life, and all was foreign save the valley of Nethemia. So he crossed the borders flauntingly, and marched towards the heart of the unknown. We went to the Victoria Hotel, the most imposing he could think of, and we had luncheon according to the menu. They were like two children, very much afraid, yet delighting in the adventure. He dared not, however, give the orders. He dared not address anybody, waiters or otherwise. I did that for him, and he watched me, absorbing, learning, wondering that things were so easy and so delightful. I murmured them injunctions across the table and they blushed and laughed with each other nervously. It would be hard to say whether they enjoyed that luncheon. I think Meg did not, even though she was with him. But of George I am doubtful. He suffered exquisitely from self-consciousness and nervous embarrassment, but he felt also the intoxication of the adventure. He felt as a man who has lived in a small island when he first sets foot on a vast continent. This was the first step into a new life, and he mused delightedly upon it over his brandy. Yet he was nervous. He could not get over the feeling that he was trespassing. "Where shall we go this afternoon?" he asked. Several things were proposed, but Meg pleaded warmly for Colwick. "Let's go on a steamer to Colwick Park. There'll be entertainments there this afternoon. It'll be lovely." In a few moments we were on the top of the car swinging down to the Trent bridges. It was dinner time, and crowds of people from shops and warehouses were hurrying in the sunshine along the pavements. Sunblinds cast their shadows on the shop fronts, and in the shade streamed the people dressed brightly for summer. As our car stood in the great space of the marketplace, we could smell the mingled scent of fruit, oranges, and small apricots, and pears piled in their vividly colored sections on the stalls. Then away we sailed through the shadows of the dark streets, and the open pools of sunshine. The castle on its high rock stood in the dazzling dry sunlight. The fountain stood shadowy in the green glimmer of the lime trees that surrounded the almshouses. There were many people at the Trent. We stood a while on the bridge to watch the bright river swirling in a silent dance to the sea, while the light pleasure boats lay asleep along the banks. We went on board the little paddle steamer and paid our sixpence return. After much waiting we set off, with great excitement, for our mile-long voyage. 2 banjos were tumming somewhere below, and the passengers hummed and sang to their tunes. A few boats dabbled on the water. Soon the river meadows with their high thorn hedges lay green on our right, while the scarp of red rock rose on our left, covered with the dark trees of summer. We landed at Colwick Park. It was early, and few people were there. Dead glass fairy lamps were slung about the trees. The grass in places was worn threadbare. We walked through the avenues and small glades of the park till we came to the boundary where the race course stretched its level green, its winding white barriers running low into the distance. They sat in the shade for some time while I wandered about. Then many people began to arrive. It became noisy, even rowdy. We listened for some time to an open-air concert, given by the Pierrots. It was rather vulgar, and very tiresome. It took me back to Cowes, to Yarmouth. There were the same foolish over-eyebrowed faces, the same perpetual jingle from an out-of-tune piano, the restless jigging to the songs, the same choruses, the same escapading. Meg was well pleased. The vulgarity passed by her. She laughed, and sang the choruses half audibly, daring, but not bold. She was immensely pleased. "Oh, it's Ben's turn now. I like him, he's got such a wicked twinkle in his eye. Look at Joey trying to be funny, he can't to save his life. Doesn't he look soft?" She began to giggle in George's shoulder. He saw the funny side of things for the time and laughed with her. During tea, which we took on the green veranda of the degraded hall, she was constantly breaking forth into some chorus, and he would light up as she looked at him and sing with her, sotto voce. He was not embarrassed at Colwick. There he had on his best careless, superior air. He moved about with a certain scornfulness, and ordered lobster for tea off-handedly. This also was a new walk of life. Here he was not hesitating or tremulously strung, he was patronizing. Both Meg and he thoroughly enjoyed themselves. When we got back into Nottingham, she entreated him not to go to the hotel as he had proposed, and he readily yielded. Instead they went to the castle. We stood on the high rock in the cool of the day, and watched the sun sloping over the great river flats where the menial town spread out, and ended, while the river and the meadows continued into the distance. In the picture galleries, there was a fine collection of Arthur Melville's paintings. Meg thought them very ridiculous. I began to expound them, but she was manifestly bored, and he was half-hearted. Outside in the grounds was a military band playing. Meg longed to be there. The townspeople were dancing on the grass. She longed to join them, but she could not dance. So they sat a while looking on. We were to go to the theatre in the evening. The Carl Rosa Company was giving Carmen at the Royal. We went into the dress circle like giddy dukes, as I said to him, so that I could see his eyes dilate with adventure again as he laughed. In the theatre, among the people in evening dress, he became once more childish and timorous. He had always the air of one who does something forbidden, and is charmed, yet fearful, like a trespassing child. He had begun to trespass that day outside his own estates of Nethermere. Carmen fascinated them both. The gaudy, careless southern life amazed them. The bold free way in which Carmen played with life startled them with hints of freedom. They stared on the stage fascinated. Between the acts they held each other's hands, and looked full into each other's wide bright eyes, and, laughing with excitement, talked about the opera. The theatre surged and roared dimly like a horse shell. Then the music rose like a storm, and swept and rattled at their feet. On the stage the strange storm of life clashed in music towards tragedy and futile death. The two were shaken with a tumult of wild feeling. When it was all over they rose bewildered, stunned, she with tears in her eyes, he with a strange wild beating of his heart. They were both in a tumult of confused emotion. Their ears were full of the roaring passion of life, and their eyes were blinded by a spray of tears and that strange quivering laughter which burns with real pain. They hurried along the pavement to the spread eagle, Meg clinging to him, running, clasping her lace scarf over her white frock, like a scared white butterfly shaken through the night. We hardly spoke as the horse was being harnessed and the lamps lighted. In the little smoke-room he drank several whiskies, she sipping out of his glass, standing all the time ready to go. He pushed into his pocket great pieces of bread and cheese, to eat on the way home. He seemed now to be thinking with much acuteness. His few orders were given sharp and terse. He hired an extra light rug in which to wrap Meg, and then we were ready. "Who drives?" said I. He looked at me and smiled faintly. "You," he answered. Meg, like an impatient white flame, stood waiting in the light of the lamps. He covered her, extinguished her in the dark rug. Chapter 2. Puffs of wind in the sail. The year burst into glory to usher us forth out of the valley of Nethemia. The cherry trees had been gorgeous with heavy outreaching boughs of red and gold. Immense vegetable marrows lay prostrate in the bottom garden, their great tentacles clutching the pond bank. Against the wall the globed crimson plums hung close together, and dropped occasionally with a satisfied plunge into the rhubarb leaves. The crop of oats was very heavy. The stalks of corn were like strong reeds of bamboo, the heads of grain swept heavily over like tresses weighted with drops of gold. George spent his time between the mill and the ram. The grandmother had received them with much grumbling but with real gladness. Meg was reinstalled, and George slept at the ram. He was extraordinarily bright, almost gay. The fact was that his new life interested and pleased him keenly. He often talked to me about Meg, how quaint and naive she was, how she amused him and delighted him. He rejoiced in having a place of his own, a home, and a beautiful wife who adored him. Then the public house was full of strangeness and interest. No hour was ever dull. If he wanted company he could go into the smoke-room, if he wanted quiet he could sit with Meg, and she was such a treat, so soft and warm, and so amusing. He was always laughing at her quaint crude notions, and at her queer little turns of speech. She talked to him with a little language. She sat on his knee and twisted his mustache, finding small unreal fault with his features for the delight of dwelling upon them. He was, he said, incredibly happy. Really he could not believe it. Meg was, she was a treat. Then he would laugh, thinking how indifferent he had been about taking her. A little shadow might cross his eyes, but he would laugh again, and tell me one of his wife's funny little notions. She was quite uneducated, and such fun, he said. I looked at him as he sounded this note. I remembered his crude superiority of early days, which had angered Emily so deeply. There was in him something of the prig. I did not like his amused indulgence of his wife. At threshing day, when I worked for the last time at the mill, I noticed the new tendency in him. The Saxtons had always kept up a certain proud reserve. In former years, the family had moved into the parlor on threshing day, and an extra woman had been hired to wait on the men who came with the machine. This time George suggested, "Let us have dinner with the men in the kitchen, Cyril. They are a rum gang. It's rather good sport mixing with them. They've seen a bit of life, and I like to hear them, they're so blunt. They're good studies though. The farmer sat at the head of the table. The 7 men trooped in, very sheepish, and took their places. They had not much to say at first. They were a mixed set, some rather small, young, and furtive-looking, some unshapely and coarse, with unpleasant eyes, the eyelids slack. There was one man whom we called the parrot, because he had a hooked nose, and put forward his head as he talked. He had been a very large man, but he was grey, and bending at the shoulders. His face was pale and fleshy, and his eyes seemed dull-sighted. George patronized the men, and they did not object. He chaffed them, making a good deal of demonstration in giving them more beer. He invited them to pass up their plates, called the woman to bring more bread, and altogether played mine host of a feast of beggars. The parrot ate very slowly. "Come, Dad," said George, "you're not getting on. Not got many grinders. What I've got's in Th Road. Is later get 'em out. I can manage we bear gums, like a baby again. Second childhood, eh? Ah well, we must all come to it." George laughed. The old man lifted his head and looked at him, and said slowly, "You ain't got ter our Th first afore that." George laughed, unperturbed. Evidently he was well used to the thrusts of the public house. "I suppose you soon got over yours," he said. The old man raised himself and his eyes flickered into life. He chewed slowly, then said, "I'd married, and paid for it. I'd broke a constable's jaw and paid for it. I'd deserted from the army, and paid for that. I'd had a bullet through my cheek in India atop of it all, by I was your age." "Oh," said George, with condescending interest, "you've seen a bit of life then." They drew the old man out, and he told them in his slow, laconic fashion, a few brutal stories. They laughed and chaffed him. George seemed to have a thirst for tales of brutal experience, the raw gin of life. He drank it all in with relish, enjoying the sensation. The dinner was over. It was time to go out again to work. "And how old are you, Dad?" George asked. The parrot looked at him again with his heavy, tired, ironic eyes, and answered, "If you'll be any better for knowing, 64. "It's a bit rough on you, isn't it?" continued the young man, "going round with the threshing machine and sleeping outdoors at that time of life. I should 'a thought you'd 'a wanted a bit o' comfort." "How do you mean, rough on me?" the parrot replied slowly. "Oh, I think you know what I mean," answered George easily. "Don't know as I do," said the slow old parrot. "Well, you haven't made exactly a good thing out of life, have you?" "What do you mean by a good thing?" "I've had my life, and I'm satisfied wi' it. Is'll die with a full belly." "Oh, so you have saved a bit?" "No," said the old man deliberately, "I've spent as I've gone on. And I've had all I wish for. But I pity the angels, when the Lord sets me before them like a book to read. Heaven won't be heaven just then." "You're a philosopher in your way," laughed George. And you replied, the old man, toddling about your backyard, think yourself mighty wise. But your wisdom go with your teeth. You'll learn in time to say nothing. The old man went out and began his work, carrying the sacks of corn from the machine to the chamber. There's a lot in the old parrot, said George, as he'll never tell. I laughed. He makes you feel, as well, as if you'd a lot to discover in life, he continued, looking thoughtfully over the dusty straw stack at the chuffing machine. After the harvest was ended, the father began to deplete his farm. Most of the stock was transferred to the ram. George was going to take over his father's milk business, and was going to farm enough of the land attaching to the inn to support 9 or 10 cows. Until the spring, however, Mr. Saxton retained his own milk ground, and worked at improving the condition of the land ready for the valuation. George, with 3 cows, started a little milk supply in the neighborhood of the inn, prepared his land for the summer, and helped in the public house. Emily was the first to depart finally from the mill. She went to a school in Nottingham, and shortly afterwards Molly, her younger sister, went to her. In October I moved to London. Letty and Leslie were settled in their home in Brentwood, Yorkshire. We all felt very keenly our exile from Nethermere. But as yet the bonds were not broken, only use could sever them. Christmas brought us all home again, hastening to greet each other. There was a slight change in everybody. Letty was brighter, more imperious, and very gay. Emily was quiet, self-restrained, and looked happier. Leslie was jollier and at the same time more subdued and earnest. George looked very healthy and happy, and sounded well pleased with himself. My mother with her gaiety at our return brought tears to our eyes. We dined one evening at high close with the Tempests. It was dull as usual, and we left before clock.